Yep, we're ready. Oops, hold on, wait, I'm sorry, I'm gonna do one last thing here. Yeah, sorry. Oh.
We'll start the pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Any changes?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I've got a few items to add to the agenda, if you don't mind. One, we have a capital reserve maintenance fund request to add to the consent agenda, and it's for boiler repairs. I believe it's for in this building because it's the only building that has boilers in it. So it's for boiler repairs here. So add that to under consent. And under new business, just adding two items. One, I just wanted to get a quick discussion regarding the BOS salary increase. So every year prior to supervisors coming up for election terms, we have to set, if the board wants to, set a salary increase by the end of June. So if you want to do it, I would just bring it forward at the next meeting. So just have a quick discussion about that. And then the second item under new business would be a TJPDC regional housing study, looking for two board members to kind of be what you're kind of really considered listening session participants and stuff like that, kind of taking part in the housing study. So those are the only items that I had.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda with the changes noted by Mr. Dahl.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hyde, seconded by Mr. Goode. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. All right. We have a couple of presentations to make, and our county administrator is going to run with that.
Yeah, so we got a couple retirement recognitions here this evening. After some long dedicated service to Fluvanna County. So I guess if we want to come up front, and we will start with Miss Martha Gatlin first here. If the board wants to come up front here.
If we can,
Yeah.
we'll all just kind of pile in.
Yeah. So one, a congratulations on your retirement for Martha Gatlin, administrative assistant to the sheriff of Fluvanna County Office Sheriff's Office from February 14th, 2006 to June 1, 2025. In appreciation of your 19 years of dedicated service, best wishes for a happy retirement. The Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors, Fluvanna County, Virginia. And we know you've been a staple in the sheriff's office. I know both Sheriff Hess and former Sheriff Washington as well here. So we want to thank you for everything you've done for the county. And certainly I hand it over to any board member if they want to say anything.
Well, I something people probably don't know, but my wife worked with Martha for a long time at Commonwealth as well too. So I've known Martha for quite some time now as well too. And certainly appreciate everything you've done for the county as well.
So much.
Yeah, thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I first met Martha as an employee and come over and helped her many times.
Yeah.
And it was always good to see your smile face when you came to the sheriff's office. We thank you for your service
Thank you.
in all those years. You will be missed.
Thank you.
And go have some fun.
I'm just.
Good for you.
We'll slide in here a little bit. We'll slide just a little bit. There we go. There we go. No, you said Jennifer's gonna take some pictures here.
Backstage? Is it? Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you. Thank you. And second, the Sherry Stater, and again, there's no preference to order or anything, so. So again, this is a congratulations on your retirement to Sherry Stater, Program Director for the Fluvanna Victim Witness Program. for the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office from August 1, 2006 to June 30th, 2025, in appreciation of nearly 19 years of dedicated service to the residents of Fluvanna County. Best wishes for a long and happy retirement. Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors, Fluvanna County, Virginia. And I know Sherry loves big to-dos too.
I do not. That's okay. I really do want to just thank everybody. I've been so grateful to be able to work here in the county where I live, and it's just been very humbling, and I'm just so grateful. So thank you all very much.
And then you have some folks over there that are gonna miss you dearly as well.
Oh, I missed them already.
Well, if you want to slide in the middle here, we can get Thank you.
Just want to know. if
Yeah.
they're
Yeah, thank
planning
you for
this Together, I mean, starting same time and finishing
Mm-hmm.
the same time.
Thank you for all you've done.
Thank you, Sherry.
County Administrator's report.
Yeah, I just have a few things to report, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So a happy early birthday to Mr. Fairchild, June
Oh.
10th. I'm not sure, we're not going to talk about what year it is, but you have an early birthday coming up, so glad to remind you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Want to welcome a few new employees to the Emergency Services Department. One, Robert Flowers, a part-time EMT BLS, started May 27th. And also Brian McPherson, a part-time EMT ALS, started May 27th as well. Just a couple announcements. Again, join us Saturday, June 14th, 2025 at Pleasant Grove for Groovin' at the Grove and Art in the Park. So Art in the Park is from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then the Food and Beer Garden for Groovin' at the Grove is from 4 to 7 p.m. And then live music is from 5 to 7 p.m. Again, a great event for crafts, artists, vendors and stuff like that. And then music and some drinks later on in the evening. So a long day of activities at Pleasant Grove Park.
Grooving at the Grove has been getting roughly.
Last month was the first one of this season
Yeah.
we've done. So I think we had 425 individuals come out. Last year, I think we were at about, right around 300. So we had about 100 more participants at this one for the first one of the year. So
Yeah.
looking forward to kind of building on it and, just bringing in some, bands from some local and some kind of, let's call them semi-local from just a little outside of Fluvanna too, trying to bring in those tourism dollars to the area too. So,
Yeah, thank you.
and then just some upcoming board meetings, June 18th, again, Thursday, June 18th. We have a regular
Wednesday.
No, that should be Wednesday.
Last year it got bumped to Thursday, I think, because of Juneteenth.
Yes. Wednesday, June 18th, we have a 6 p.m. regular meeting at the Circuit Court. Wednesday, July 2nd. Remember, for July, we only have one meeting for the month. So it's July 2nd. So we have a 5 p.m. regular meeting and then 6 p.m. So it's basically we have a 5 p.m. meeting going until whenever we finish everything. And we'll also have public hearing. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 meeting. And then Wednesday, August 6th at 5 p.m. we'll have a regular meeting as well. So yeah, again, Wednesday, June 18th at 6 p.m. Happy to answer any questions to the board.
Anything? All right, we will move on to our first round of public comment. Anybody have anything you'd like to say, please direct it to the Board of Supervisors and keep it to 5 minutes.
Patty Rayner, 3531 Union Hills Road. And I'm going to continue to talk about the land use tax every meeting until someone decides that they are taking their job seriously. When you are sworn into office as the Board of Supervisors to represent the various districts, you take an oath to uphold the law. So it is your responsibility to the taxpayers and the citizens of this county to enforce and uphold the law. And when that is not happening, and you have the control over the commissioner's office, I know you want to say you don't, but you do. Financially, you have 100% control of the finances in this county. And the taxes is one of those. So I would like to see the board honor what they have been sworn into office to do. And that is uphold the law and enforce the law. And if that is not happening, we need to fix it. We need fair taxation for all citizens and taxpayers of this county, which we do not have. And I keep talking about it, and I will continue to talk about it every board meeting. And every opportunity I get, I keep asking for, an opportunity to have a town hall so that we can have a discussion and ask questions and get answers. We still don't have one. So that is, another question is why do we not want to answer the questions of I call you guys, you talk to me on the phone. But, how about a form so everybody else can know what's going on and ask questions too? I would love that. I mean, I see that our county administrator and our county attorney is great with telling you guys and advising you on the laws. But there's laws, the state law. I mean, I don't have it in front of me because we couldn't bring our phones in, but there is a law. And, we seem to be able to amend a lot of codes to fit however we want them to fit. But we have codes for finance of the county, and we are not. I don't know why our attorney doesn't advise the board of how that should be enforced, but we need to pay attention to those. We are very good about, I want to just say, like the land use for the elderly, these elderly people or disabled people in this county, most of them don't know that there is a program for them. But the ones that do know, they have to fill out the form by the deadline every year. And if they don't, they're removed from that program. So why is that different when we do not require the Schedule Fs for land use? That's one of the requirements. They sign an affidavit when they fill out the application. So they are supposed to come in with that information on their Schedule F. And apparently nobody cares. They don't want to enforce that. But we're talking about a lot of money here. A lot of tax money is left on the table. And as a result of that, the 30% of the people that you hear me talk about all the time, are the 30% of these people are in Taylor's Ridge, Broken Island, the communities and the subdivisions with small parcels of land are paying ridiculous amounts of taxes. That is subsidizing all this land use for everyone else to pay less taxes. There is nothing fair about that. And we're also breaking the law. So at some point, I would like to know when we can start enforcing the law. I would also like the Commissioner of Revenue's job to be put on the ballot to be an employee of the county and not an elected official. If that makes the process easier and we can then follow the law, then we need to let the people in the county vote on that. And as Board of Supervisors, I would like to see you guys be spearheading that. All I'm asking for is fair taxation for all taxpayers and to enforce the rules that we already have. And to collect the fair amount of taxes, which we're talking millions of dollars. And when over 90% of the tax money is what funds the schools, fire, rescue, all the positions in the county, we really need to pay attention to the amount. I mean, we're talking not a small amount, millions of dollars. That could fund a huge amount of projects in this county. It could also reduce the taxes for the 30% that are paying everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Rader, 3531 Union Mills. So I have two things and I'll be quick about them. I want to give you an example of what Patty's talking about. In Lake Monticello that you represent, they're the smallest lots, the ones not waterfront, not golf front, have two classifications for assessment, 30,000 and 35,000. Those are quarter-acre lots. So if you multiply that, that means those are being taxed at $120,000 to $140,000 per acre. You have large tracts of open land, timberland that are assessed at $1,000 to $2,000 per acre. So that means that people in small subdivisions are sometimes being taxed 140 times more than those having land use. So if you have a $2,000 dollar assessment and you have it in land use, you get a 60% tax break. So actually you're only paying or getting taxed on $800, not $2,000. So it's even worse when you run the numbers. And the second thing, I see the notes from this each week in the Fluvanna Review. And, you know, I think we could all set our watch by it. As soon as the tax bills came out, then on social media, everybody started complaining. Well, there aren't but two people on normal meetings that complain. And that's my wife and I. So if these people don't like what they're being taxed and they don't like something else going on, get down here. And so I think y'all advertise your meetings, but I don't know if there's a way to advertise them to a wider audience. And so if people don't like it, come on down. We enjoy the company.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Rittenhouse. I feel like I live up the hill right now, but anyway, I just wanted to give you the main numbers, and to let you know that it's going really well. It's been very busy, but that's what we want to see. So, also, because I'm not going to be here, I'm going to go back. I just want to thank you all for the dog license. I really do hope that that's something that does go through. I think that'll help the citizens as well as us up on the hill. So anyway, I'll give these reports to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the changes you've made and all the things that are going so well. Anybody else wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, we will move on to appointments.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have a few appointments for some kind of Fluvanna County representative positions and then some districts specific positions. So let's just start, we'll start at the top with the Job Advisory Council, Fluvanna County representative. So we have two individuals interested as being appointees. One is Allison Pace, the current incumbent, and the second one is Patty Renard. So that's for that board. The second one is for the Jaunt Board, Fluvanna County representative. Again, we have Acela Wittich. She's the current incumbent serving on that board. And then we also have Patty Renard also interested in that appointment. For the Planning Commission for Union District, we've got 4 applicants for that position. We've got the current incumbent, Kathleen Kilpatrick, and then 3 additional, David Harlow, Jonathan Wayne Stevens, and then Patricia Marie Beers Blocks. And then for the last one, we have a Social Services Board appointment for the Fork Union District, and we only have one appointee or one applicant, and that is Charles Hayden Thomas Parrish. So you can either do one by one or do them all at the same time. And I'm happy to pull up any applications or anything if you all want as well.
Any thoughts?
And in looking at this, again, always great folks willing to serve and appreciate it, willing to serve. I mean, my thoughts would be, I spoke with Miss Kilpatrick and she's interested and obviously and kept her name in the hat and, certainly keep her there if she's interested and willing to serve. She's been doing a good job there. And I don't know about, the other 2 incumbents, but my thoughts would be just the incumbents are there willing to serve and no one has any concerns if we would move forward with that. And Mr. Parrish for the Social Services Board.
And then again, too, I think, I know we've got Miss Renard Raynard here, but I'm not sure if there's David Harlow. I don't see Jonathan Wayne Stevens. I don't see Patricia Beers Block, and I do not see Charles Hayden Parrish. So
anybody is always welcome to stand up and say what you got. So if you'd like to add anything about being on one of these, you're welcome.
I
Zooming out, I'm check every student. I mean, you guys have my application, but I went out and checked every single box for every position out there. But also understanding that, there's no possibility of me ever getting on any of these committees or boards or, commissions because, you guys are gonna continue to keep the people in those positions that are in those positions. But I am interested in finding out what all of these committees and commissions do. I mean, I don't hear what they do at any of these board meetings. So that is the reason that I applied for every single one out there, because I want to understand, and that is not readily available at any meeting. And there are no minutes out there. But that's really all I have to say. I mean, like I said, I have no hopes or expectations of ever getting on any because you guys always continue to vote the people that are in positions to stay in those positions. So I don't know how you become a member of any of these other than I applied for all of them.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, are you on Java or John?
I'm not on the it's
Yeah, I've had feedback on her. I would be, I mean, I didn't hear anything from Wittich, but I would be interested in putting Miss Raynard on the jump board. If there's no objections.
Is she in your district? Is that why you say you haven't heard from her? Okay.
I don't, who's Wittich? What district is she, do we know?
I think she's Tim's. Tim said that.
Do you know?
We've got the packet there.
Keep session. No. Oh.
Right, man.
Barefoot, she's in
Yeah,
Tony's.
Savannah, yeah.
she just came on.
She's been on for yeah, I think she came on, I think she's maybe served one term, maybe.
No, the previous one retired, but midway. The previous job representative, I think, retired.
Hal Morgan,
Yeah.
Hal Morgan retired and James Schoenberger
Yeah.
was appointed.
Yes.
And so Miss Wittich and Mr. Morgan were on at the same time. I don't remember who Miss Wittich replaced.
He started
July of 23.
2 years.
Yeah.
Any feedback?
I don't, I mean, again, I think the last time Mr. Schoenster was here, I know he had provided some comments that think that they're doing good things on the board, but I don't have any direct feedback on it.
She's the board secretary.
What's that?
According to their website, she's the board secretary
Yeah.
right now.
And she's on the executive committee
She's on
too.
the executive committee.
Yeah, for the John Executive Committee.
I would suggest that. Not just to Mr. Nara, but she's on the executive committee, she's. Secretary as well too, I guess what you just said.
Yep.
And only served 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Imagine, I know.
The big thing is when they come in and we do the nonprofits and we ask for the ridership numbers, as long as they can provide that information and have some transparency, then I'd be happy with that.
Agency council plus every time, very.
Yeah.
Column to your, too. And that's no. And what's easy to do. Go basically that person.
Sure. Do we have,
With your motion, did you make a clear motion? I wasn't sure.
yeah, the three incumbents and then Mr. Parrish?
Okay.
I'll second that.
And I want to point of discussion real quick. Mr. Parrish, he's replacing Ms. Johnson, I believe. Deborah
Yeah,
Johnson.
Deborah
who
Johnson,
was,
correct.
I'm on that board.
on the social services board for what, 10 years, I think she did. I think there's a term limit for the social services board, correct?
2 full terms.
Two full 4-year terms. She actually did 2 years of someone else's, and then 2 full 4-year terms for herself. So she's been serving on that social services board for a decade. And I guess that's a little bit longer than I've been here now. I'm hitting a decade this August, but Ms. Johnson's done a great job there. Very, very passionate about what she does on that board. And we certainly appreciate her time there. And I think Mr. Parrish will do a good job.
Amen. and you're still come here.
You were born in West Virginia.
So we got a motion. Did you second?
I second it.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, passes 4-0.
And just to confirm, that was all three incumbents and then Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Parrish.
Correct.
All right, moving on to presentations. Historic Courthouse Restoration Update. Mr.
Yeah, I just
Dahl.
have a few updates on both of these for the board, just to kind of keep you in the loop. Again, so the county, kind of since last time, the county's been working with the architectural engineering consultants on the 100% design development plans. Again, we're working towards construction documents. County staff and the consultants, actually, we met today up at the historic courthouse. We had a group of consultants, probably 6 or 7 that came out, and some staff. Again, meeting regarding landscaping and logistics, with the big wall and the space around there, there's not a lot of room for a lot of laydown yards and stuff like that. So just kind of meeting regarding laydown areas, the way to get materials up there, and then just kind of, what to do about pedestrian access, especially when we're doing slate roof replacement as well. And then it's also been determined that there's only one suitable quarry to supply the Buckingham slate for the roof. Our consultants have basically gone back and said that Buckingham slate is the only slate that is comparable to what is currently up there. Other slates, after time, they would turn colors and turn brownish, which isn't consistent with the way the slate looks now. So because of that, there's significant lead time for the slate, and with there only being one Buckingham slate quarry operation remaining, and it's located near Arvonia, we're going to be moving forward with a sole source purchase to get the slate ordered in time for construction. And actually, I hated to have to miss it today, but at about 3 o'clock today, Kathleen Kilpatrick and some of the consultants were going down to the quarry to take a field trip to take a look at the slate that was there and stuff. So I'm happy to, I'll be interested to hear kind of what her report is when she comes back on that. But she was also out for the meeting earlier too with the consultants. So that's kind of where we are with the project. Again, this was the same timeline slide that was from the last update. Again, we're expecting, through July 2025, having our consultants, working to complete the construction drawings, specification, and bid set documents. And then, working to complete the IFB, looking to issue the IFB in August 2025, have the IFB be due in September 2025, and hoping, October to November 2025 to start construction commencement. So that's all I have for the historic courthouse updates. Any questions? Okay. All right. And then for the fire training building, again, just a few updates on that. So TRC, the county's engineers, completed the final engineering plans for the site and submitted them to Fluvanna County Planning Department for review. Just due to the time, because the last time the plans were actually submitted, there's been some changes since then. There was significant enough changes that they needed to kind of go through some of the review process. So the plans went in front of the technical review committee, and they reviewed there on May 8th. The planning commission next week will consider the site development plan. And we also have to submit a sidewalk waiver request too. And I think having a sidewalk near the burn building is probably not something that we need. So I need to submit a letter to the planning department today, since it's a county project, to also request that waiver. So that'll be going on the meeting for next week. Again, we're working the issue to issue the IFB, and this has kind of been in there to try and issue it no later than the end of this month. So with it going to the planning commission next week, we're still hoping we can, get close to getting it issued by the end of this month here. So, and then again, the critical date with the Virginia Department of Fire Programs is the completion date of March 2026. So that's all I really have for any updates on that, but I'm happy to answer any questions the board has.
Can we make sure the planning commission understands the urgency for completing that in the June 10th meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I mean, it's the plan sets, again, the site development plan is pretty bare bones and minimum, and not enough changes, but substantial enough where they needed to review it again. And the sidewalk waiver request, I think that should make sense, but we'll see.
And on the IFB and the RFP, we're going with the minimum time to get bids in, right?
Correct, and when we talked about breaking them up separately
Yeah.
with the IFB for the site work and then the RFP for the structure
Yeah.
itself, so.
Because I fear if we blow through this deadline, that grant money will go away.
Yeah. It's possible. But there's, I will say, there are a lot of localities with these grants that they're just not getting really far ahead with these. And I think some of it kind of falls back onto the agency a little bit on review of stuff, but it's complicated, so.
Yeah, for the love of lighting a fire to get this going. I don't want to take a chance that the state's gonna do it. 'Cause
Yeah, no, I
we're
agree.
talking significant hundreds of thousands of dollars, so.
And we're talking many, many, many years of effort too.
Lighting a fire for a fire.
Yep.
Real quick, were you done with the fires?
Yes.
I apologize, I had to step away, got a little family thing going on, nothing's wrong, but I wanted to ask on the historic courthouse. That the October 2025, so that leaves us what, I guess 4 months. What did we say? How often every other month? We started off with an update on that?
We were doing every other month now, and then we said, what's that? We've got it down
So the
somewhere.
next one would be the August meeting, right? The first
Yeah,
August meeting.
yeah.
I would think that maybe getting into 2 weeks out, or excuse me, 2 months out from construction or bids or things, that we would want something in September as well, right?
Well, if she's right, then I think she said it starts monthly.
Yeah.
In January, it goes monthly. I think it was every other month until the end of the year, and then it went monthly after that. I'm just, like I said, monthly may be a lot, but I mean, like I said, we can certainly do it, but yeah, I mean, like I
We're talking
said,
about as of the coming January, right?
yes,
Yeah,
yes, January 2026.
yeah. So, but you,
I would just think with some significant deadlines coming up in October
Yeah.
25 that we might want, because if we go June, August, then we wouldn't get one till October. It'd probably be nice to have one in September leading up to October.
We can do it.
yeah.
And
I'm good with
then, and then back to, then we'd have one in December and then, so
it. Okay.
be nice to have something in September.
So you want something in September, and then you said,
Maybe the second meeting in September as we approach
Okay.
October would be nice to have a brief update
Okay.
there.
we can do that.
Yeah. All right. All right, moving on to action matters. Item D, Commonwealth's Attorney Case Management System, Mr. Hazen.
He's gonna make the case.
And Mr. Haslip, I just kind of got your points that you provided kind of in the slide deck here. So.
First, I want to apologize for coming at this time of the year to ask for this, because if this had come to me sooner, I would have brought it up during the normal budget process, but literally right after we finished that up, I was contacted by a company that has a case management system that I'll go through the history of it. Years ago, about 15 years ago or so, our case management system that the state provided us went offline. It was the person that ran it retired, and it was literally a one-person show. So we were told we had to go out and get our own case management systems. We looked around, and the only one that really suited us price-wise and otherwise was a company called Software Unlimited. And we were the second office in the state to get that program after Petersburg. So we worked with a gentleman there, and he literally built it to our needs. But it was not web-based. It was 15 years ago. So it's on the server, it's on your desktop, and that's about it. So, we've done well with that through the last 14, 15 years. But we're at the point now where we need something just more user-friendly, more flexible, and more powerful, because as I put in my notes to you, the last 2 years, there's been a bill that's gone through the General Assembly, which requires electronic discovery in every case. So, and Governor Youngkin has vetoed that bill the last 2 years, but it will continue to get through the General Assembly, and eventually it will pass. And every case we have, we're going to have to email or somehow get every discoverable piece of evidence, which is quite a bit in every case, to the defense attorney. Just hit a button and get it to them. No more coming to our office and reading the police reports. No more, doing the legwork, we will deliver it to them. Our system right now just really isn't capable of doing that. We're doing it with disks and thumb drives and things like that. And it's a lot of work for Melinda and Julie in the office. And the company that we have has been pushing for a few years to upgrade, but they're upgrading the system that we have, which means they've got something they call document management, which is not, it's technically web-based, but kind of piggybacking off of other programs, and it's really not very helpful. We can do with what we have, and we've been doing with what we have without paying for the upgrade, because it's just that it's saving us one step basically. And it's not any more flexible. You know, we can't be anywhere but at our desktop and see that program. Actually, we can be anywhere on the county system in Fort Worth County. But we last week I was at a meeting and someone emailed me about a case, and I can't just click on something and see the details of that case or send them any information because it's back in the office. Anyway, this company reached out to me and they said they're from South Carolina. They're called Spartan, and they want to get, they're branching out. They've gotten into Florida and other states in the South, and they want to get into Virginia, and we would be the first office in Virginia. The gentleman that set up our current software program left that company, is now with Spartan, and he has offered to make that happen. And part of that would be the data conversion, because he did the data here and there. They would throw that in for free. Now there would be a $6,000 charge, which is the high end. It'd be the most it would be for the review of that, and to come back and go over it with us to make sure everything went through well. There'd be 4 different appointments set up. Probably wouldn't need all of those. So anyway, that would be the only cost for converting all of our data from what we have now to this new program, which is really one of the larger costs in this kind of implementation of the program. I could spend half an hour going over the things that this program does that ours doesn't. It's the difference between a flip phone and an iPhone. It literally is. And I don't mean to denigrate that company. I have a good relationship with them. I see them at the conferences, they're vendors. I get along with them. They send us candy every Christmas, but it's just time to make a break. And I think this is the program to do it with. I've been doing some research on them. They get great reviews. The demonstration we had was really impressive, really user-friendly. I spoke with the prosecutor in Jacksonville, Florida, who was in charge of their implementation of the program down there, going from their state-based program to this. And they had to give a presentation to the city council along with all the other vendors, hour long, and they were the ones that were voted in. They've got 350 users, over 125 attorneys, so it's a little bit bigger than us. Their implementation cost is 1.3 million, so it's a little more than what we're asking for here today. But again, we think this is the right time to do it and the right company to do it with. Eventually, we're going to have to do something different. We could go with the upgrade with the company we have. We had them give the office another demonstration of that upgrade last week or the week before, and it's just a patch on the program that we already have. So this would do everything we needed to do, will need it to do. And again, I apologize for being outside the budget process. It just felt they reached out to us right after we wrapped up. And I realized this is more than I've probably asked for in budget increases in the last 8 or 9 years combined. So I don't come to you unless I think it's something we need. And this would be something that we would really look at. We would benefit from. Our case load is increasing drastically. We're dealing with a lot more big cases. And this would be something that would help us manage that all that information.
So there's 2 motions regarding Mr. Haslip's request. One is to kind of move forward with the management with the case management system and the implementation. So the cost to do that's $27,600. And so that includes the implementation which is a one-time cost in there. I think, was it 24 or 21.6 or something like that? There's a one-time cost.
Yes.
And then there's kind of like the reoccurring annual maintenance charge. So this amount includes the one-time costs plus the maintenance cost. But the second motion is really what the difference is, because Mr. Haslip has some annual maintenance costs in fiscal year 26. So if you appropriated this in fiscal year 25, what wasn't completed from the one-time setup, those funds would roll over into fiscal year 26. And then, then he could finish, if I don't think full implementation will happen by the end of this June, so that the money will be there along with what he had already budgeted for his annual support.
So what's the difference between the annual cost between the two systems?
Right now, at the bare bones, we're using with software unlimited, it's just under 4,000, it's 38.5, I think. And the cost for this yearly is 58, so it's gonna be a couple thousand more. But if we were to do the upgrade, see, the software unlimited has no cloud storage at all.
Yeah.
It's on your server, it's on Andy's server, and I won't speak for Andy, actually I will, I think he'd be happy to get it off of there. But in any event, this comes with a terabyte of cloud storage,
Okay.
which they said would, at our size, would last 10 years. Before we would need to think about an update. So if we were to upgrade, we would have to go out and find our own cloud storage.
Yeah.
Which I think
It's
you
about the
understand
difference in
how
the
expensive
cost.
that is.
And the second point, so on your, we have to do both motions, right?
Yes, because one is just to allow them to
And-
move forward. I mean, obviously, there'll need to be just some contractual things, but.
Is the second motion correct? It should be fiscal year 25 BOS contingency to his 26 budget, right?
I mean, it's really gonna be going into 25 right now because you're making the action, but what may happen
You'll
because,
carry it.
yeah, whatever, I mean, because there may be a chance where we have to, because I think when we execute the contract, we have to send them a certain amount of money up front. So there's a portion of this money that may be expended in 25.
Okay.
And then whatever is outstanding would roll to 26.
All right.
50% upon them getting the implementation, and then 50% when we go live, which they expect to be sometime in the fall.
I mean, as you know, Jeff, I struggled when we had to do upgrades. It wasn't nice.
They have to do an upgrade on every machine. They literally have to come in and upgrade every machine. And we can't, if one person has a case open, no one else in the office can look at it while that person is looking at that case, because it's all one piece. So this would allow this, it would be a different, whole different experience.
If you guys ain't got any questions, I'll be willing to make the motion. Oh, yeah, because you can always have discussion. I move the Board of Supervisors approve the Commonwealth Attorney to move forward with the case management system with Spartan for initial amount of $27,600.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. Goode, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve a budget transfer in the amount of $24,200 from the fiscal year 25 BOS contingency budget to the fiscal year 25 Commonwealth Attorney budget.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. Goode, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item E, establishing the Fluvanna County Tourism Advisory Committee, Mr. Dahl.
Yeah, so at the last meeting, the board dissolved, ad tac, again, it was just time to kind of go in a different direction and kind of, make, kind of make it more tourism focused. What you have before you now is kind of the establishment of the Fluvanna County Tourism Advisory Committee. So there's the resolution to support it, and then there's some bylaws and things that were included in the package that would be part of that. When the Tourism Advisory Committee, I think, is appointed, did we not say that there would need to be some action by them to make some?
Well, they'll need to adopt their remote.
The remote
Participation policy.
Participation policy, that's what it was, correct. So again, we have the resolution in here. And again, this is really going to be a tourism specific committee. And then, again, we've got kind of the makeup of that as part of the bylaws in here, but happy to answer any questions for that.
Any questions?
No.
Motion?
So the appointments, I guess all the appointments ended last.
All the
last
appointments for
year, and-
EdTech ended.
Yes,
right.
Well,
So-
I think technically they're done at May 31st. Thank you. May
So once we
31st.
establish this, then we'll put out for.
Yeah, then what we're gonna do, then we're throughout the summer, I think we're gonna put out for like 2 months or something like that, just to, give some time since it's a new committee and kind of get through the summer and give people some chance to, submit applications. So we were talking about maybe in August or September is when we would bring forward appointments for the new committee.
And we were gonna look for industry-focused
Yeah.
experts and people in the field.
Yep,
Their first meeting is in September.
September, okay, yeah.
I picked up ed tech from Mike and I was on it and I think this is a good thing. Have it focused solely on the tourism piece. And I'll be willing to make this motion if there's no questions. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the resolution to establish a tourism advisory committee. And I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the bylaws for the tourism advisory committee.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hyde, seconded by Mr. Good, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. Item F, advertise for a public hearing to amend section 4-2-1 and 4-2-1.1 to provide for lifetime individual dog licenses. Mr. Whitman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So Deputy Strong, Animal Control Officer, and Debbie Rittenhouse had brought this to my attention that they'd like to see a lifetime license tax rather than annual, just because the administrative burden and with the current cost of the tag, it just they're spent. I think Mr. Rittenhouse was telling me they spent about $1,100 in postage, or maybe it's fee for buying the tag. It's quite a large cost. So when I looked at the Virginia code, basically section 3.2, 6528 says that localities can either have an annual or a lifetime tax for dogs that are at least 4 months old. So the annual tax may not exceed $10. The lifetime tax may not exceed $50. And I looked at all the adjacent localities, and all the localities that had the lifetime tax were at $10, even though they could go up to 50. I couldn't find any of the surrounding localities. And I also looked at like Orange and Powhatan, some other similar sized localities, and they were at 10. So looking at our current code, right now we're at $8 for the annual for a male dog and female dog, and then $4 if they're spayed or neutered. And then the kennel fee is $40 for 20 dogs or less, and then from 20 to 50, it's $50. So the proposed amendments, basically we would have a lifetime license tax of $10 as long as the rabies vaccine is kept current. When I sent the ordinance to Ms. Rittenhouse, she also asked that we add language that the dog license not be transferable. So the dog passed away, they couldn't just take it off the dog and put it on, the puppy that they get. And also she asked if someone loses the license that there's a $1 fee to replace the license. So I have added that to the ordinance. So that's different than the version that's in your packet. The kennel fee would stay the same at the $40 and $50. So the public hearing would be held on July 2nd. The ordinance would go into effect 30 days after approval. Ms. Rittenhouse says she usually orders the dog tags in September because they start selling them in November. So, but she said that would give ample time for her office to change over to having a lifetime license. And basically also we would put out on fan mail and Facebook and on our website notifying, so maybe some of the people that interview notifying citizens we now have a lifetime license instead of an annual. So as soon as your dog's 4 months old, you just come in and show the rabies vaccine and get your license.
And by law, by state law, we have to have a dog tag program, right?
Correct. It just, you can only go up to a certain fee, but we do.
Yeah.
Usually when we take it to court, if someone doesn't have a dog tag license, as long as they get it by the return date, the judge will usually dismiss the case. If they don't get the tag, then they'll charge a fee with cost.
So the point is, we've got to do it, and we're likely not covering our costs. So if you do a lifetime one at $10, it covers our costs, and then we're not.
I ran the numbers. We lose money every year on the program.
Yeah, and I can tell you, we've been so previously what used to happen, and I'm just as an animal owner that was getting the tags previously, I think the previous treasurer at one point was actually sending out letters to everyone that had their dogs. So sending out lots of individual letters to those, we were probably getting a little bit more revenue at that point during that. And then the previous treasurer then stopped that and then kind of went to a postcard system where you're just getting kind of a generic postcard if you have an animal. And so I have seen the revenues go down year after year, but looking at, I think it's the last 3 to 4 years, we've maybe averaged $6,000 to $7,000 per year. And so if the board approves this, certainly probably in fiscal year 26, we'll probably have I won't say big. We would have a little more income in or revenue in the current fiscal year, but then after that, it's gonna kind of, it's
Yeah.
just gonna fall off because you have everyone that's gonna have lifetime and stuff like that.
Miss Lenhurst switched to the postage card when the letter rates went up to get
Yep.
the cheaper rate.
Correct.
And every year she would have to send them. So people weren't always notifying when dogs were passing away. So she'd send the letter anyways. And then she had to buy tags that matched all the ones that she knew of. And she never used all her tags every year. So you're buying tags and they're not reusable the following year.
Yeah.
So we will save money in the long run on this.
It's a no-brainer.
Yep.
Anybody want to make a motion?
Move that the Board of Supervisors advertise a public hearing to be held July 2nd, 2025 to amend the county code sections 4-2-1 and 4-2-1.1 to provide for lifetime individual dog licenses.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. Moving to item G, FY 26 compression pay adjustments, Mr. Dahl.
Yes, so on the March 5th, 2025 meeting, the county made adjustments to pay rates and classifications for general government and law enforcement. Again, just to try and, be competitive. And the second piece of that is some of the pay bands and pay rates hadn't been adjusted. The general government had been adjusted since August 3rd, 2022, and then the law enforcement was last adjusted May 15th, 2024. So in March, when we increased the pay rates for each class, kind of a certain percentage, what that does then is it creates some compression. People that are coming in now versus employees we already have, their pay is almost equal to a degree from what it was previously. I mean, we had to increase pay rates and the pay bands to stay competitive, but we knew there was going to be some compression issues with that. And so during that presentation, that was noted March 5th. And so we included money in the budget in fiscal year 26 budget for compensation and compression pay. And so that's what's being brought before the board. So in the fiscal year 26 budget, a 3% COLA was in the budget. In addition, there was 250,000 allocated for this compensation for compression pay as well. And so this would certainly adjust the hourly rates and salaries. And so what it would do, it would adjust the hourly rates and salaries upon the percent above the current law enforcement, general government, and Department of Social Services pay rate minimums for each pay band. And again, this is after the 3% COLA is implemented. So, all current employees hired prior to March 1, 2025 will be eligible for the compression pay adjustments. And kind of the reason for this, when we did the compression adjustments on March 1, anyone that came on after that, they're going to be hired on the new higher pay bands, whereas we've got employees that are still that were hired on the previous pay bands. So some of these compression adjustments will bring people up a little above where new employees may be coming in at. And so the chart below reflects kind of the compression adjustments. So one, if after the 3% COLA, if you are 0 to 5% above the pay band or pay rate minimum, you'd get a 3% adjustment. If you're 5 to 10%, you'd get a 2.5% adjustment, 10 to 15, a 2% adjustment, 15 to 20, a 1.5% adjustment. And then anyone 20% or greater would get a 1% adjustment. So when you looking at each of these kind of pay rate classifications as a whole, so under the law enforcement compression pay adjustments, so when you take everyone that was hired prior to March 1, the approximate average of pay band pay rate minimums that they're above is 18.1%. And so from that, the average a pay adjustment, compression pay adjustment in the law enforcement section would be 1.9%. So again, you may have someone, and this is you may have someone that's been here for a long time that they probably are going to be more on the 1% adjustment, but you have people that have been here within the past couple years that since the pay bands haven't really adjusted, they're going to be closer to some of their counterparts coming in. Under the general government piece, for all employees that fall under general government, again, hired prior to March 1, 2025, Looking at all those employees, the approximate average of percent above the pay band pay rate minimums is 12.7%. And so looking at this, it would be an average percent pay adjustment of 2.2%. And it's for the Department of Social Services, again, for same thing for employees hired prior to March 1, the approximate average of the percent above grade salary range minimum is 59.6%. So the average percent pay adjustment is 1%. Happy to answer questions that the board has.
So how often are we supposed to be,
Should be done on a yearly basis.
so how come we haven't been?
I would say that, you know, HR probably got a little busy with everything going on and being short-staffed at some point. And then I guess just from, I would say from my standpoint, it's something that it's on my radar to make sure that's every year it's going to be happening.
Okay.
It's not gonna happen, can't happen, it's a budget process.
What's that?
Shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think maybe like after the budget is adopted, after the board approves whatever those pay adjustments are, I think at that point would be the best time to do it then, because one, you don't necessarily want to do it just based upon, let's just say you just do a straight COLA. You don't necessarily want to, you may want to do it on that, but you want to make sure that employees' pay, the existing employees' pay is coming up a little bit above what you're adjusting the minimum pay rates, so you're not running into that compression issue.
And so these, the increases in pay to account for the compression for the existing employees does take into account that new employees wouldn't be getting the COLA, but existing employees would.
So under this, so for COLAs, existing employees hired prior to March 1, again, new employees hired prior to March 1, they're eligible for the COLA.
Okay.
And then employees that were hired prior to March 1 are also eligible for the compression pay adjustment. Because remember, March 5th of this year is when we increase the pay rates. So anyone hired after March 5th they're going to be hired at the higher pay rates already.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is basically we're looking at compression for anybody hired after we raise the starting pay.
Correct.
And if compression is the concern, which I agree, you know, I think I talked a little bit about this when we had that vote that night. So I guess what I'm trying to say is those who were hired before March 1st, let's say you started February 28th, you started out on that lower pay band, but you're getting that COLA, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is does the bump for the existing employees also take into account that they're getting a 3% COLA that those hired after March 1st wouldn't? So wouldn't the COLA automatically provide a little bit of a cushion on the compression end?
A little bit, but not as much as you think it does.
Okay.
I would just think is it a written policy that we would do it every year?
No, that's not.
Okay,
It's good practice to do it every year.
okay.
That's,
So I would think there'd be bells going off, you know, all these employees who would benefit from this and staff and so on. It'd be hard to not know that HR didn't do it.
I mean, again, if the people that are being hired on the pay bands I mean, the biggest issue is you increase the pay bands, and so that's where really the differential comes into play, and that's where it becomes an issue.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you didn't increase the pay rates, well, then you're fine, because the existing employees that are here are still above them. But the problem is you're having a hard time being competitive hiring new employees because your pay rates are lower and haven't been increased. So that's kind of the conundrum of again, you need to do it. You need to increase them to stay competitive.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, how you said it doesn't impact the COLA as much as you think, kind of going back to
Yeah, I mean, the COLA brings people up, but again, you know, you could have someone, I mean, right now, so the way it stands right now, again, if someone's on this higher pay band, you know, it is still conceivable that there may be some employees that even after these adjustments take place, let's just say that I hired someone, because the maximum that I can hire above the pay band minimum
15.
is 15%. So it's conceivable that if someone meets all the 15%, you could still have some employees that are close. But doing the COLA plus the compression adjustment will definitely help to put some separation.
Have we ever entertained the idea of having steps within the pay bands to reward seniority? Then you wouldn't have this problem. So as people stayed, they would step through their band. And at some point at 20, 30 years, they're up at the top end of their pay band. And this bottom end of the pay band problem wouldn't be a problem.
So the county had steps in 2007 and they got rid of them, I think, kind of once the market fell out, and then it just never kind of came back. I will say generally for local government, you non-school side, you don't have steps as much on the local government side, but it doesn't mean you can't. It's just not as common.
I just think it would be a way to solve this problem and have a certain amount of equality between the school staff and the county staff and the sheriffs to have that. And it rewards the longevity, the benefits these people that have served for a long time in the county and their experience. And if we can retain people longer than 2 years here, 2 years there, the amount that has to go in. I mean, I worked for the county and I had 30 years experience when I joined. It took me a year to figure out how everything worked. It's not instantaneous.
Yeah.
We should be rewarding those people.
I agree. It was odd to me when I realized we don't,
Yeah.
but I guess it's a whole other big.
It's a separate thing to do,
Yeah.
but just
Yeah.
something to be, on the radar to think about moving forward.
How long would it take you to research, dig into that and
Like
figure
the whole
out?
steps thing.
Yeah,
I mean, that would take a little bit. I mean, like I said, just knowing my locality counterparts, I
Yeah.
think that would be something kind of new, because again, most localities don't do the steps. That again, when I'm looking at their pay rates and pay bands, they don't have the steps built in.
yeah.
So it would take a bit to do that.
Wouldn't even be relevant until the next budget.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's no.
Yeah, I mean, yes, could we have something or have something prior to that? Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we could.
I think it'd be just worth
Yeah.
having the conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else?
Move the Board of Supervisors approve the FY 26 budget compression pay adjustments plan as presented effective June 15, 2025.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. Item H, amendments to Personnel Policy 2.13, leave and holidays. Mr. Wood.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So we've been discussing, Mr. Dahl and Ms. Harris and then Ms. Snow and myself, and actually Ms. Melton as well. We're discussing this personnel policy section and going over some proposed changes that we'd like to present to the board. So the first change is to section 2.13.2. So right now, the definition of immediate family for the purposes of sick leave, we've been using the bereavement definition, which really is more expansive. If you have a brother or brother-in-law pass away, it makes sense to have bereavement leave, but it doesn't make sense for sick leave. So basically, this tightens the definition of immediate family to meet the FMLA definition. So it's spouse and then biological, adoptive, step, or foster son, daughter, or parent. And then a minor child to whom the employee is serving in loco parentis. And then an individual to whom the employee serves as the legal guardian, next of kin, or medical power of attorney.
All right, can you tell us what loco parentis is?
So it's a Latin term, obviously, but basically it's just a legal term that basically means you're serving like in place of that person. So you're serving in place of the parent. So,
Thank you.
but it would require, a court order. So that's something rare, but it is language from FMLA, so we did include it. So I took 6 years of Latin, so you think I would know. I know exactly what it means, but
And nobody asked the question.
that was a
Nobody
long time
even
ago.
mentioned.
Also, we talked about increasing the sick leave payout for employees who've been employed for 5 years. So right now, it says if you've been employed for 5 years, you get 25% of your unused sick leave, up to $2,500. What happens if people, so if you're a hybrid employee, you just have 96 hours per year, it doesn't roll over. But if you're a Plan 1 or Plan 2 employee, so Plan 1 is people hired before 2010, Plan 2 was hired between 2010 and 2013. Their sick leave rolls over each year up to so we have employees who've been here, 20, 30 years who have a lot of sick leave, but they're getting the exact same payout as someone who's been here 5 years. So this proposal kind of rewards employees who've been here a long time. So what we're proposing is for employees who've been here 5 to 10 years, it would stay at the 2,500. But once you've been here an additional 5 years, it's 5,000, and then so on up to 7,500 for 15 to 20 years, and then 10,000 for over 20 years.
And then this was kind of discussed too, because right now, social services, they've had 5,000 as long as I've been here with the county, which is going on 14 years. And I think schools are at 7,500 also. So again, we've looked at some others, we looked at just doing a straight line, but we looked at also kind of this tiered system as again, kind of rewarding employees that have been here from a longevity standpoint.
It kind of goes back to the conversation we were just having about rewarding them.
So the other change, when we're looking at the military leave, there was a change in 2022, the Virginia code. It hasn't been reflected in our policy. So that basically just changes the military leave limit from 15 days to 21 days. So that makes that change.
And that's just an administrative legal change, nothing that was really
correct.
A deciding, we had to decide upon.
That was just something required by the Virginia code. The next change is to section 2.13.6, and that's when with leave without pay, it'd be limited to 80 hours per fiscal year. Right now, there's not a limit, but there would be exceptions which could be authorized by the county administrator or constitutional officer. If there was a death in the family, a long-term illness, you could go above the 80 hours.
In extenuating circumstances.
Mm-hmm. So the major changes are to section 2.13.9. And basically this deals with, so right now you can donate sick leave to other employees that are out of leave. So if you're out of your vacation leave and your sick leave and you don't have enough time to meet the 80 hours of the paycheck, you can request the donation of leave. And so you make that request through the HR director. And right now there's not a limit on how much sick leave can be received each fiscal year. And so the first thing we do would be to limit the amount that could be received to 80 hours per fiscal year, but we would have an exception due to extenuating circumstances that would be authorized by the county administrator or constitutional officer. So that'd be 2 weeks of sick leave you could receive. So basically the way it works is HR sends out an email to all the county employees, and then you can donate sick leave to that employee who's in need of it. The other restriction we're adding is basically the employee donating or receiving the sick leave must have worked for the county for a minimum of 1 year, and with certain exceptions authorized by the county administrator or constitutional officer. And this just allows employees, to build up their leave. If they just started, I guess if you're hybrid, you get your automatic 96 hours. But at the same time, it just, again, kind of, I guess, rewards longevity a little bit, but also, so if you have just started, you've only been here a month or two, you're not receiving a donation of sick leave right away. But if there were extenuating circumstances, the county administrator could make that exception. Also, the employee would not be able to donate leave after they've submitted a resignation notice. So as soon as they submit their resignation, they can't donate their remaining leave. Because we've seen that if employees have been here less than 5 years, well, they're just going to lose all that sick leave. If they have, they're hybrid and they have, 80, 90 hours, they're going to lose all that. Also, the employee that donates leave must have a minimum remaining balance of at least 40 hours of sick leave. So then, if they get sick themselves, they're not having to borrow. So you're not ending up with this cycle of people borrowing and giving leave. And also, after 1 year of employment, hybrid employees are not authorized to receive donated leave during the period when they are on short-term disability. So basically, right now, for hybrid employees, if you're on short-term disability, you either get 60% of your pay or 80% of your pay, depending on the illness or injury. So if they also receive sick leave, addition, they could theoretically get 160 or 180% of their paycheck. Now you are allowed to, buy a policy through Colonial Life, but this for hybrid employees, this is actually a policy.
The county
It's included.
pays.
The county pays.
The
it.
county pays on behalf of employees for hybrid. So again, the county is paying for a policy for short-term disability, and there are some differences between, on the VRS piece for Plan 1, Plan 2 versus hybrid. Again, unlike hybrid, the county does provide some matching funds, if you want to invest additional into, your retirement plan, the county, would provide up to, I think, 2.5%, and the employee could put up 4%. Whereas that same thing doesn't happen for Plan 1, Plan 2. Again, on hybrid employees, as Mr. Witten said, the county pays for a short-term disability policy if by chance you go out long-term or you have a qualifying event. And then also for Plan 1, Plan 2, that doesn't happen. And then for hybrid employees, you get 96 hours up front, whereas if you're on Plan 1 and Plan 2, you kind of accrue as you go. So those are kind of some of the main changes there.
So other changes basically deal with the process. So basically, after receiving the request, the HR director would email the request to all employees, which is what's happening currently. But if the requester receives more leave than what's needed for that pay period, the amount of excess leave would be returned. So you can't bank the excess leave. If you receive 50 hours and you only needed 30, you have to give back, and that whoever donated leave basically is split evenly between the people who donated that leave. Also, the finance director and county administrator would sign off on the leave sharing form, and then the finance director would process the form. Now, for some reason, the finance director or county administrator were giving or receiving leave, then the assistant county administrator would be that second signature. So then you would have a dual signature requirement, which kind of just adds some checks and balances to the donation of the leave. But I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I have one. You mentioned the short-term disability. Is there a length on that? How long somebody can be on that?
I'd have to pull it up.
I didn't see anything in there. I didn't know if it was part of the state policy.
It's in state code.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole section on hybrid employees, short-term disability, but.
And the reason that I had questions around that versus the donated leave, because on one, you're getting a percentage of your pay, the other one, you get your full pay because it's being covered with the sick leave. That if you cap the amount of hours to basically 2 weeks, if somebody has like flu or they're undergoing chemo or they go skiing with Tony and end up in traction for 4 months, changing it to the 80 hours wouldn't cover their pay. And if that's the sole breadwinner, we could be hurting somebody.
I think that's where you get into the extenuating circumstances a little bit. I mean, again,
And there's no limit on what you can waiver on that then?
I would look at it if someone has a serious illness that is a one-time hit or something like that.
Yeah.
Then I think there's room to do that. But I think on a onesie twosie standpoint, I mean, it's becoming a little more prevalent.
Yeah.
So there's a chart so VACOR provides our short-term disability benefit. So there's a chart on their website, and it's based on whether it's a work-related or a non-work related disability. And it's also based on your years of service, 5 years, and then versus 10 years versus over 10. And so basically you get so many work days at 100% of your weekly earnings, so many work days at 80%, so many work days at 60%. So it's like a tier down, and then you get obviously more days the longer you've been here.
So there is leeway with constitutional officers, the county administrator, in exceptional circumstances where we're not capping them. And then the last one I know you mentioned that you talked about it amongst the very senior staff. Have you briefed this to department heads or the staff?
So I briefed this. We briefly talked about some of this. I had a meeting and briefed this with constitutional officers. And like I said, went over this with the constitutional officers, and they were in full agreement with the changes. and, discuss a few of the changes at a couple of department head meetings about this, and not every single change, certainly.
I'm sorry.
Not every single change in what's being proposed.
And the feedback was, you said from the constitutionals was positive?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and your department head same way?
Yep.
Okay.
And one thing I do need to look about the hybrid. I'm not sure if there's language in there that adds that exception for the county administrator, so we might need to add that. Look at that now. So yeah, we just need in the motion to add language. I can give you the policy code section, and to basically where under extenuating circumstances, the constitutional officer or county administrator will be able to make an exception.
Yep.
So let me see, that's section, it's 2.13.9, section B.
1.3.
And, right, sorry, it's A, section A8. So I can add that language to the policy.
Okay.
Then you would have that exception.
So you may have hit this, it's kind of been FMLA, loco parentis, this, that. I want to clarify. So in order to receive donations, do you have to be involved in an FMLA qualifying type event?
No.
Okay,
No.
so you could receive donations just for the heck of it? Or
Right. If I have a cough tomorrow and I don't have any sick leave and I take off the day to go to the doctor and get checked out,
and you don't have any left?
and I don't have any vacation or sick leave, then I can put in a request. Can I have some donated leave? I'm out of leave and I had to take off to go to the doctor.
Okay.
And and right now, there's no limit on what that.
Is there any sort of follow-up that would be required for someone that, I mean, I know it's probably very rare that someone has usually when people are running out of time, it's for probably something that would be an FMLA qualifying event, such as, death in the family or pregnancy or, I guess maternity leave or something like that. Is there any sort of, for example, maternity leave, someone gets time donated, you don't need medical documentation to know that person was pregnant and on maternity leave. Now, if someone is continuously taking things and saying they're sick, is there any sort of follow-up that would require that person to submit any sort of documentation? Are we kind of running into?
So right now, our policies, the way our policy is written, it says, and again, it's been like this, you have, after being 3 days out, 3 consecutive days out, you need to provide a written doctor's note. But after being out for 1 day, you don't have to. So you could be out for a bunch of 1 days and you just, it's not required to provide the doctor's note.
Last question. So it says here that 40 hours. So it says, let's see, you have to be under 40 hours in order to receive donations
You have to have a minimum of 40 hours
left.
Yes.
in order to donate.
Yeah.
So if I want to donate leave to Eric, I would have to have 40 hours.
Oh, you wouldn't have to be 40 hours in order to
No,
accept.
you have to have a minimum, you have to have a remaining balance. So let's just say Mr. Witten wanted to donate to me because I don't know, I was in a race car accident or something like that. And so if he wanted, and I was out for a week, if he wanted to donate a week to me, he would have to have 80 hours at least to be able to donate 40 hours.
You
to
can't
me.
go under
So
40
he,
yourself.
yeah, so he
Gotcha.
stays at a minimum of 40.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought it was you had to be under 40 to accept.
Yeah, to accept, you have to be at zero balance.
Okay.
So you're sick and vacation leave. So you can't just bank your vacation leave because you're going to the Caribbean and
Mhm.
ask for a donation of sick leave.
Right.
You have to be at zero on your sick and vacation leave before you can ask for a donation.
Other questions? Any motions?
And the worst provided, approved amendment to the county personnel policy 2.13.
And did you want to add that one exception that Mr. Hodge
Yeah.
mentioned?
I'll
You need
second
him
that
to
motion.
verbally make that.
No, as long as he just acknowledged. what I
Yeah,
said,
he
that's
did.
fine.
I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. Moving on to Item I, social services performance-based bonus opportunity for medical assistance renewals. Mrs. Mate.
Good evening.
Hey there.
How are you?
Good.
I am presenting a bonus opportunity for some of the local social services staff that's being offered by the Virginia Department of Social Services. And so I just wanted to give you a little bit of background to kind of tell you how the bonus opportunity came about. So during COVID, during the public health emergency, Congress basically said that we were not to do Medicaid renewals. So before COVID, anyone receiving Medicaid, we had to do a renewal annually, which basically is a lot of the same functions that we do when we process initial applications to make sure that the recipient is still eligible. So during COVID, we were not to do any renewals. Everybody was to stay on Medicaid during the pandemic so that people's medical needs could be met. And so when that ended in March of 2023, we had to go back to normal practices. And this was a really big deal to go back to doing annual renewals when we hadn't done them in 3 years. And we had a lot of new staff that hadn't been trained in that. A lot of people had moved. We didn't have current addresses. It was hard to get renewal information to recipients. There was a lot of barriers to this. At the time, Congress, there was a lot of federal funding provided to pay for overtime hours. And we received 100% state and federal funds to pay overtime too. Not only did we have to tackle the backlog, but we also had to start doing renewals for all the current folks that had been approved in the last year. So in April of 2023, our backlog was 1,540. So from March 23 to April 24, we completed with the backlog and the current renewals, we completed over 2,000 Medicaid renewals, and we used a lot of the overtime funding that was provided in order to do that. From April 24 to April 25, we completed 2,200 Medicaid renewals. And then last year, the overtime funds ended. So since that time, we haven't been able to pay overtime to get some of these renewals done. And so Virginia really wanted to be at zero when unwinding ended in April of last year. And so we are not close as a state, we are not even close to zero. And they are really trying to tackle this Medicaid backlog and get these renewals done. So now they're offering a bonus opportunity. And normally anytime we receive pay increases or bonuses from the state, there's always a local match involved. But these bonuses, there's no local match involved. They're supposed to be implemented in July. And so I had a lot of confusion about the way the bonuses were going to be structured and administered after receiving the letter from the commissioner. So I actually reached out to the Virginia Department of Social Services, and what I was told was the bonuses are going to start being given in July. In July, they'll look at June numbers. They want to offer bonuses to those staff who are at 97% compliance with the timeliness of the Medicaid renewal processing. And they will do this every month until the funds run out. And I guess they have a limited amount of funds. I don't know how much they have. But because they don't have any idea at this point how much they're going to be paying in bonuses to employees across the state, they don't know how long those funds will last. They said they may just last 1 month. But anyway, according to the Code of Virginia, in order to give bonuses, localities have to have a local ordinance in place, and that would require to have a public hearing to put a an ordinance in place. And so Mr. Whitten drafted an ordinance, which I know was included in your packets. So at this point, it's kind of, well, I presented it to the Social Services Board, and the Social Services Board would like to see our staff be able to receive the bonuses for their hard work in completing these Medicaid renewals. This is a high priority state government, to get these done. And at this point in time, I don't know how much the bonuses will be or who will get the bonuses. I won't know until the funds come. But as the Board of Supervisors, you have the authority to approve or not approve that we've received the funding for the bonuses. And
without the ordinance to enact and do the bonuses couldn't be,
Right.
can't be done.
right.
Questions? A motion?
I move the Board of Supervisors authorize staff to advertise an ordinance for a public hearing to be held July 2nd, 2025, authorizing monetary bonuses to eligible Fluvanna County Department of Social Services employees per state section 15.2-1508 of the Code of Virginia 1950.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. Goode. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. Thank you, ma'am. All right, moving on to item I, authorization to advertise a public hearing for the first amendment of the lease agreement with Celico Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless. Mr. Whitten.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So currently have a lease agreement with Verizon, which was executed in October of 2011 for the water tower located on James Madison Highway down in Bremen Bluff. The current rent is $26.43 per month. And so under this proposed lease, there would be an increase in rent to $27.49 a month. And then there would be another increase next year, in March of next year, to $28.31 a month.
You said it's on a water tower?
The water
Yeah,
tower.
The fuzzy water tanks down there.
Oh, I didn't
Water
know
tower
that
elevated
added on.
tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think on the one right there at right there, kind of Weber City, Bremo, we've got,
Okay.
I think we've got 2 or 3 carriers up on that tower.
We're trying to get some carriers on our water tower up in Zions, but we're working with our consultant on trying to find carriers there. As you know, there's some drop in the coverage when you go up 15. So the Exhibit C also shows the new equipment listing and the new equipment layout. So we do have a consultant, Cityscape, who has reviewed the amendment, and we meet with them on a monthly basis. They went over the amendment and updated. They had some suggested updates related to access, public safety, and water supply, facility, and protection. And so Verizon has accepted those amendments. And so you can see the new rent is $27.49.10. And so we are required to have a public hearing. And so that would be held July 2nd. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Move that the Board of Supervisors advertise a public hearing to be held July 2nd, 2025 for the first amendment to the water tower lease agreement with, is it Cello? Cellco Partnership, DBA Verizon Wireless, doing business as Verizon Wireless.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. All right, moving on to consent agenda.
And let me just bring up the ones, capital reserve. Is it on here somewhere, Caitlin? It's this one, okay. I just wanted to bring it up just so you can see, since it wasn't in the board package. Again, I discussed it. So again, it's a capital reserve maintenance fund request for $19,685, replacing leaking tubes, gaskets, blankety blank. So again, the boiler one, which is in this building, is having some issues. And so there's 16,000 to replace it, and then some contingency for just, unseen issues that may come about. So normally we'd get that, but I know it's a pretty pressing issue right now that Mr. Kreitzer is trying to get fixed.
Was that a consent agenda?
This would normally be in consent.
Right,
agenda,
okay,
but
yeah,
we
that's
just
right.
added.
Okay. Yeah. I know Tim had something he wanted to discuss on the consent agenda. I just wanted to point out item K, for Mr. Mitchell down at FUSD. He's been, doing a lot of work down there, and I wanted to not necessarily pull it and discuss what's in there, but just say that, I think that's well deserved, and, appreciate all he's doing down there and all the folks are doing down there to carry some extra weight. So thank you to those folks. Yep.
I had two items I'd like to pull. Just some general questions around. The first one was the fiscal year 25 Public Works Insurance claim. And on that one, I found it kind of amazing in the narrative when it said, I got out of the vehicle and noticed damage to the driver's door. So my question is, do we do some kind of vehicle checks beforehand? Was the damage, because if I'm driving a vehicle and driver door damage occurs, you're sitting right next to it. You kind of should have an idea, a shovel, a deer run into the side of the vehicle. How did this occur? And should we be doing vehicle checks ahead of time? So if people are grabbing keys and jumping in, going off, and they don't know if the turn signals and the lights and the brake lights and everything is in working order, should they not be doing that? And then that would be the chance to find damage ahead of time. And it may not be your fault. It could have been the person who drove the vehicle before you.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I can say is if you just look at what the repair was for $1,000. And again, I'm not minimizing what you're saying. I mean, I think that should be done just to make sure that everything around the vehicle that, that's it's being monitored. $1,000 for auto body repair is almost like nothing.
I agree, but every time we have an insurance claim, if we keep having insurance
I know.
claims for silly things, I'm gonna keep asking questions
Yeah.
on this until people take care of the county property or do steps ahead of time. I'm in the fire, I'm in rescue, we inspect the vehicles at the beginning of every shift. If something happens to it, we know about it.
And I can follow up with Mr. Cracker to see what their protocol is before getting in.
And then guess where I'm going next?
The other one.
Yes, so
And
I fueled up at
and I did-
Carriesbrook before, and buses navigate that parking lot. So how did emergency services, who should be EVOC trained to drive lights and siren at high speed, hit a lamp pole in a large parking lot?
So what I was told by Mr. Morris is, again, and I haven't been down there, so I don't know the layout necessarily of what was done, but from what I understand, there was a call that was made at night. The individual was getting gas, and when the call came out, took off quick on the call and cut very close to where the lamp pole was and caught the vehicle. But that's what I was told, but I agree with you. When I saw this one, I had to,
Maybe have Mr. Morris talk to his emergency drivers, because I know, once again, we tell people you can't respond to the call if you don't get to the call.
Yep.
And that they need to take that extra care and attention.
It seems like again, and understanding the urgency of when a call happens and so on, but it seems like a lot of these have been in the emergency realm, our vehicle damage and damage to doors and so on.
yeah, I mean, emergency vehicles, I mean, from the EMS to the, not from sheriff's vehicles too, there's a lot of damage to vehicles.
Yes.
And I'll never question one. There was one previously, I didn't bring it up. When your lights and siren at night and a deer jumps out in front of you, there's not a lot you can do about that. But driving into ambulance bay doors
I agree.
and striking objects that don't move, that's when I gotta ask the question, do we need?
Yeah, those things, I mean, like
training?
that, like having someone checking to make sure when you're backing in that you
Yeah.
got a spotter, making sure you're
Mhm.
getting in, you're not hitting something. I mean,
It's a
those,
policy, right? Isn't it?
what's that?
Isn't that our
Yes.
policy?
Yeah.
That- that-
Yes, so those things, yes, those things should not be happening.
Yeah.
Again, this one,
If we can just follow up and
Yeah.
make sure people are aware.
Yeah,
We do that.
thank you. Anything else?
That was it,
Anybody want to
just those.
pull? Okay,
Move that we, accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second?
motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge, all in favor?
All right.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. All right, unfinished business?
I don't know if it's unfinished or not, where we go with that. Seeing as I'm the only board member who was present when last held any public discussion on this. And so new members here have the privilege of going through that process. I think we might invite the Commissioner of Revenue to come to speak to us and then decide whether or not some meeting can be held. I do want to clarify a couple of points that were made. One, you cannot take the property of the first estate, what they call the homesteads, which is up to 2 acres. Those are taxed at a different value. So in the case of the example of the lake being charged at a quarter acre for $100,000, I think they just said basically or assumed acreage at 25,000 or 21,000, whatever it is right now. And then they just can do that up to the first 2 acres. So that's how your land gets charged on that side from that standpoint. That's done by the Commissioner of Revenue. Second, Schedule F is required, and so certainly if Schedule F is being collected for agricultural and horticultural, it sounds like that is something that we should ensure that has been followed according to research that I did. However, it is not required for open space requirements. And the last time we had this public discussion with regard to land use, the board decided not to make any changes as far as that went. And that the public that came out was very much against any changes in land use. So I will make that notation that there was a big outcry from the rest of the county saying should still stay in place. Having said all that, after that period of time, there was a big migration from people that were in agricultural and horticultural into open space. They just changed their land use agreements from agricultural or horticultural into open space, which does not require a schedule time. So just put that all out there for the information public. And I'm happy to have a meeting discussion, and I certainly think, given the passion that is around this issue for the Americans, that it would make sense for the Commissioner kind of addresses on that. Maybe in July.
Yeah, let him get through June. I don't have any problem with it.
But I
Let's
do
ask him.
think having a town hall with, not just the board, but all the elected officials. That way, anyone that wants to engage in dialogue with us, I mean, it's not like we're asking for it every month. Every now and then it probably wouldn't hurt. Would we have to call a meeting? Why, of course. But let's try it and see. It's one thing holding them one-on-one, but when I hold a town hall with my constituents, I can't speak for the board.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with you're talking about a general town hall with
Yeah.
all constitutionals over whatever comes up.
Yeah.
You actually call discuss business. I don't know if that's allowed or not.
You have to advertise it as a meeting of
Yeah.
the board.
Yeah.
Still discuss so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just has to be, the notice has to be out there in a newspaper, advertised that it's a public meeting.
It's something similar we did for solar when we held those. We had the
Yeah.
thing at Fork Union and other places, or when the VDOT study, or there's.
But you're not talking about it on a specific item.
Yeah.
You're talking about a general.
Yeah. Yeah, but this would just be a general. Let's engage, and then people can hear what different supervisors think and believe. I mean, they can phone us, yes, but I don't think it'd be a good thing.
It'd have to have structure.
Well, I was going
Where
to say, I mean, I
It could
think
just run off in all 20-minute.
Yeah, discussion. Yeah, I mean, we kind of did that.
Yeah.
There was certainly lots of discussion. But to the board, so highlighted was something concerning.
Well, a little bit too during the comp plan meetings too, when we went to the different areas, there were some questions asked. I mean, again, some of those a little more comp plan focused, but certainly gave people a lot of opportunity to say things that they liked in the county, things they didn't like in the county, and so. But I mean,
Right.
if the board wants to, I guess just kind of hearing the discussion, I guess I just need to know a little more specificity of kind of what we want to do.
Yeah.
Let's.
My suggestion would be that you have a commissioner come and speak, and sort of answer questions the board may have, and decide whether or not we want to have a work session that goes beyond that. That's my suggestion, and just put that out there.
I think it's a good idea to have him come do so. I'm not, I don't want to start where we start having town halls on everything that, as you know, we're not, every vote we make, people are gonna disagree with. And so I'm more open to an open town hall that, again, where we invite constitutionals and so on. I think that is a bigger undertaking with a lot of detail that has to be determined. I would say, let's for now invite the Commissioner of Revenue to come in July and speak, and then
Do you want to do?
July
July
is gonna be
is
tight
gonna
because
be
it's
close.
two
Oh, that's true.
meetings in one.
yeah.
Because we,
Next
August,
week,
yeah.
I mean, we could, we could do for August or something like that. That would
Yeah.
kind of get through the summer and everything.
I think let's start with that. Everybody good?
Yep, that's fine.
And do you want anything else, or do you just kind of want to just kind of open discussion on land use?
I mean,
I mean, I think you can make a presentation, we should probably have the impact of the numbers, what the collection process is, just kind of a general, this is what's going on, how many people are in open space, how many people are still in agricultural, our schedule has to be collected, what's the process with that? I mean, it is an incredibly vague set of requirements, and it leaves a lot up to interpretation for the commissioner, even though a schedule F is required, there is no actual requirement for you to have sales per the guidance that is provided for land use by the extension office. So, it's just, there's a lot to interpretation, and, ultimately that gets settled in about box, I think.
Right.
I think there's also to some of the things you were just saying about open to interpretation and gray area, if you will, what has to be collected here or what has to be followed up on here. And that's, some that seems to be, and I think Mr. Sharon was talking about it last time, it'd be nice also, I don't want to put more work on Dan, but for Dan to sort of clarify and have a discussion concretely, look at some of the state code about what is necessarily our role, what is supposed to be done on the commissioner's end, what is done on our end, what can be done to ensure that things are, being run the way that they should be being run. I think there would be some nice to have some clarification on that. I mean, we've sort of had this discussion of, yes, legally it's us to say whether we, have it or we don't, but, where is that in the code? What does it say that, if we have it, what role do we have at that point other than to say that we don't have it? And it's certainly not saying that I don't think that we shouldn't have it, but what is that dichotomy between us and the Commissioner of the Revenue, and how much of those, maybe that, I don't know if they want to present on the same night in August, that could get probably a little long, a little long, but to have those things out, this is what the state code says, this is what the role of this body is, this is what the role of that elected office is, and go from there.
Yeah.
We can look at adjacent localities too. We've started doing some research because they're definitely different. The way Goochland does it is different than the way Albemarle does it. And so I would say it's not consistent county to county the way Albemarle, you only have to present the schedule off every other year. You have to show $1,000 in income. But that's not the same rules in Louisa and Goochland.
But isn't their treasurer and commissioner, they're not elected?
They're not. It's a finance and budget
Correct.
office.
Yeah.
And that's also different in Rico and
Because
Albemarle.
then the board of supervisors
Don't have
can
a
make the
elected
rules of
official.
whatever they want.
Yep.
And
As far-
but by my understanding, it's very clear, you basically decide whether or not the dam fund meets. You don't have to necessarily.
Right. And then the
I mean, so basically what you want him to explain is how he administers it and us to be able to act.
Let them know, but also, there's a lot of assumptions being made, for example, the assumption of, land being taxed at, 0.25 on 100,000, versus say 25,000. So on, I'm making an assumption that the Commissioner of Revenue says, first 2 acres I'm taxing at this rate. That, keep in mind, he taxes different rates for the type of land. So if you live on the golf course, they consider that food. If you live on the water, you're actually getting taxed close to $400,000 an acre. which is significantly higher than anybody else.
And regardless of the land use too, I think even some localities, I think you can have, when you consider that 2 acres, I think some localities even have gone less to only
Like an acre.
like an acre or something like that. So I mean, so there are some differences that's all.
Homestead differences.
Yeah.
And some localities have in-house assessor that's underneath the board of supervisors. And if
And
they
the-
have an in-house assessor, they're in charge of the land use program. So that's another variable.
And one of the big themes is that the commissioner has a great deal of entrepreneurial latitude, right? Make his own decisions.
They're
and-
elected official.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Just a suggestion, if Dan's gonna present a little something, maybe we have Dan present first in the first meeting in August and then the commissioner come back if we and
Yeah,
go from there. I think piling all that into one meeting
yeah.
would be a lot when we have other business. And I'm not saying that, but you never know what the agenda is gonna look like.
Yeah.
And so I think it would be smart to break it up and
And I think it's good to hear the legal first.
Yeah, understand what the rules
What
of
is
the game
truly
are
the
before
law.
you play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd like, not just this body and the commissioner's body, but what actually is under that discretion as the elected person. I don't need to know necessarily what the differences would be if he weren't elected, if he were appointed, but basically he is elected. And what does that mean for that position? Not Mr. Sheridan necessarily, but that position as far as latitude and that in Fluvanna County.
Makes sense.
I can guess that we can't cherry pick constitutional offices or. But I don't know.
You have to do, a referendum if you were to switch to a finance and budget office. And, basically no longer have the treasurer, commissioner revenue.
Yeah.
There's only 2 you can get rid of. You can't get rid of the sheriff. You can have a police department, but that you used to be able to do that by
No.
referendum. I think that's no longer allowed.
No.
Okay. We
So,
got, we're good?
so from my understanding, we want to do the legal presentation first, maybe in August from Mr. Witten, and then
Yeah.
Mr. Sheridan at maybe the next month. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other, wait, that was unfinished
Those
business.
unfinished, yes.
New business.
Or 2
We
items.
started with 2.
Yeah, so the 2 items I have, so one, board of supervisor salary, again, with elections coming up for some seats this November. This board has to approve a salary increase for whoever the next board is coming in January. So again, if we do that, we'd have to do it do it at the next meeting. I get from VACO, there's like salary surveys and stuff that happen. So if, the board wants me to present at the next meeting of what the, comparatives are, I can bring it forward and bring a motion for that. Or if the board's not interested, I can forego it.
I would say bring the VACO information and then, bring the numbers of what we're paying this local school board here too. For their 1 meeting a month.
Right. I'm good with getting the data. It'd be good to know it. But after having a notable tax increase year with notable assessment increases, it would probably not be something that I'd vote for.
Yeah, I've always said, and I've said this to people, that I think if someone elects to take health insurance through the county, which you're eligible for, as a county employee, and I will just put on the record that I do have it, and I do take it through the county. I think if that's the option that someone has, then their salary should be able to cover that if they were to have the max amount of health insurance that they selected. But other than that, I would certainly would not. Meaning, if your health insurance premiums go above, what is it? I don't even know what we get. What is it? 10?
So I think,
I don't know.
if I remember correctly, I think chairs 10,800 some change annual. Vice chairs 10,100 and some change, and I think the other board members is 96 or 9,700 annual.
I'm with Mr. Fairchild. I would certainly, if people want to see numbers and look at things, but if that number didn't exceed what the maximum you could draw for your health insurance, that probably not be something that I'd be wanting to support.
Didn't you guys not raise it last time?
Oh, I think since I've been on the board, my rate once, maybe twice, definitely it's on.
It hasn't been raised since I've been on the board.
Yeah, the last 2 years ago when we did it.
Oh, did we?
Well, no, it was not. It was brought forward, but the board voted.
Comes the urban board has a locality supervisor that, you know, it is a kind of measure that so we look at the locality doing. None of these people are making a ton of money as a board of supervisor. But, you know, unlike, and, you know, this is something that I've always thought is relatively unfair. Unlike every other employee for the county, we don't participate with BRS and we're getting vesting 2 years of service.
Yeah.
Or qualification, you know, to move from this position into, you know, public office position with BRS. If that, you wouldn't get the years of service for your BRS, which I always thought was something that.
I've never thought about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd much rather see that than $200.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But that occurs in Richmond, doesn't it? That's there.
I was gonna say, yeah, and wasn't sure if that was a locality issue, but it sounds.
Let's each get an admin instead.
Yeah,
Administrative
some
assistant.
places, yeah, they're up in Fairfax, they all have staff.
6.
They make
I think it's fair,
$140,000 a year.
It's full-time job.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
They have different offices in different buildings throughout the county.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. Well, like 6 members. on
Yeah.
staff.
But so where do we say? I mean, if you want data, then we'll get data.
I mean,
Data and we got Mr. Sheridan here.
yeah.
You know, we make a motion, we don't.
So I'll bring it back to the next meeting. It's not difficult to go,
Good.
so.
All right.
So that's that, and the other item is the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission, again, you know, we're moving forward. You know, the board decided they wanted to contribute and they're moving forward with a regional housing study. And so they're looking for kind of listening session participants. And again, you know, kind of the first kind of meeting, there would be kind of like a stakeholder group with some county staff, and they're looking for 2 board members to take part in that. So just wanting to know, you know, what board members may be interested.
What's the frequency? I mean, like how often are they gonna meet?
Trying to stand up. It's my understanding that it's a one-time listening session, and then anything after that would be from that meeting. But when I asked that question, it was like, one time, we want to talk to you one time. So this first one is elected officials and staff who would have either policy input or, you know, voting power. That's who they want to listen to, and that will be expanded to community involvement after that. So I didn't get the impression that first group necessarily had to be involved in the continuing ones, but of course would be invited to, just having been in that.
And you don't know when that'll be yet.
No, but they've been hounding me a lot to give them the names of people so they can
Okay.
schedule very soon.
Gotcha. I'd be happy to be on it. You said 2 board members?
I serve on, yeah, but somebody else.
I'm on enough already. I know you are.
All yours, brother.
So
Are
chair,
you wanna do it?
chair and vice chair?
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
Make it in Utah.
Okay.
You what?
Make it in Utah.
I'm not going back there with him. Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll pass down the names. Thank you.
And I had one item, I mentioned it previously. If the board could work with the LMOA board, with VDOT and whoever else is required to look at removing those 2 trees outside the Crofton section. Several of the residents in that area phone me personally to say it's a problem. Can we please deal with it? Everyone seems to want to make it somebody else's. VDOT says it's not theirs. LMOA says it's not theirs. The county doesn't want to touch it. It's the landowner. And Tracy Smith, who comes to a lot of meetings, phoned me and she talked to the person on that corner and they say it's outside their fence. So it's got to be in someone's name. I've had neighbors take trees down for between $1,200 and $2,000. There's 2 trees. If it's $4,000 or $5,000, why are we endangering students on a school bus or emergency vehicles or the people who live there? I would rather spend $4,000 or $5,000, take the 2 trees down and prevent an accident or save a life than wait until it becomes a disaster.
I haven't noticed it and I will go look, but somebody, first of all, we should get down to who owns it and who has responsibility. if somebody, if a private owner of that property owns those trees.
It's outside their fence.
Doesn't mean. it's
Somebody
outside the
owns-
property.
It's-
we can't go on somebody's property and cut their trees down.
Well,
There's
if
somebody
you,
owns
if, okay, so since it's my district, if I get a certified letter from that person stating it's not on their property or they can be removed, is that what we need to do?
You need a survey showing it's like, no, within the right of way. Like, is it within the VDOT right of way?
Yeah,
You would need to show where the tree is in relation to.
So for us to be able to participate in it, it'd have to be in the right of way, right?
Can't you pull it up on GIS? I mean, I know the
But, yeah,
GIS
but,
lines
uh,
aren't.
on GIS,
100%.
it's outside of it.
Yeah, GIS is not 100% accurate.
Yeah,
So if
that-
they had a recent survey, that'd be more helpful. I'm looking at Google Maps Street View right now. I see the two trees, but
Yeah,
to me, it looks like the one would be in the right of way
yes,
and be a VDOT issue because it's pretty close. I mean, it's only 7 feet from the road, maybe.
yeah.
So
It's
the other one,
close.
I'm not sure because that's a little further closer into their yard.
I'll have the conversation with VDOT again, because I know VDOT has, I know they actually, I feel like, if I remember correctly, they actually went out there and looked at those trees and determined that it was on someone, Lake Monticello or the property owner's property, but I'll engage again for the conversation.
Well,
VDOT
if
has
it-
maps of all their right of ways, so they'd be able to look at the right of way, see how wide it is there, where the road bed is in relation to the right of way.
Because whatever it needs to be done, we need to do something.
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
And if we have to partner with somebody, if we have to spend money, so be it. What, if we do nothing, what's the price and what's the feedback if somebody gets killed there and we could have done something about it? It's easy to stand around and point fingers. It's always somebody else. I think as the elected officials for the county, we should take the lead and drive this one and get it to a conclusion. If Mr. Sheridan was here, he would agree with me. He brings it up every single time.
I'm happy with doing so. I'm just saying we gotta figure out legally
Yeah.
what all the parameters are. But there are clear answers.
Yep.
And keep in mind, legally, there's that aspect too, but, there's also precedence too. I think at some point we had somebody come in and ask us to cut down a couple of trees with them as well too.
In Kent's store.
Yeah, if it's on their land, yeah,
Okay, here's coming up and arguing, this is a safety issue, there are a lot of trees all around town.
yeah. I mean, I see it all the time in the fire department. We come out, if it's blocking the road, we'll clear it. If it's blocking your driveway, not so much. But you do it, you don't get in debate, well, that tree was in your yard, and I know it's blocking the road, but it's your problem. At some point, we need to stop passing the buck and do something.
I'll call VDOT and I'll try and engage in the conversation. And if they say it's something else, then I can engage either one, see what they have from a a plat or survey, or if they say it's Lake Monticello or the property owner, I can see what,
Yeah.
where it falls.
Yeah,
You good with that?
yep.
Okay. I have one on the assessments. Is land always reassessed every 2 years, just as structures
year.
are? So,
Well, in this
Two-
county, it's every 2 years.
Every 2
I'm just
years,
about to say,
but there's
yeah.
administrative assessment in between.
no, I guess all I'm saying is, when we do assessments, land is included in that, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
It's general.
I'm-
It's general. I mean, it's basically 4,000. For most of the land.
I mean, I'm trying to think of,
so why include it in assessment if it's generalized?
I mean, I think unless it's a special piece of land.
Well, you're required when you do the reassessment to include the land value. But yeah, it doesn't go up. The improvements were what went way up.
Yeah.
The land value just went up barely in it.
By, maybe that's another one for the Commissioner of Revenue. I'm wondering by what statistic, like how they got to the data that, I'm aware that some land didn't go up at all, some land went up a little bit.
That's the main game.
I'll talk to the Commissioner of Revenue.
No, and I think that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they look at the zoning, the land value is different in each zoning district,
Yeah.
developed versus vacant. I mean, they have, different charts to show.
So
When the
Yeah, I mean, I-
percent the assessments goes through, they have a chart showing what.
the trees.
the
I
land
mean,
value
certainly,
is.
now you say, when I go home, I've got my assessment back there. It'd be interesting to see just, because I don't think I've calculated. I know what my total property went up, what it was, but I don't, I don't think I recall what amount my land went up versus my
Yeah.
home value.
Right.
Years ago when I was going through Fluvanna, it was pretty consistent throughout the county. For the 5 land assessed for $4,000 an acre, undeveloped land assessed for $4,000 an acre, Sunny's Crossroads, which of course is worth a lot more than that, but it's, yeah, so it's a very generalized type of thing.
Yeah, I know mine was not assessed for $4,000 because I'm knowing what my land value was and how much what I have for acreage, and I know it
Not for
wasn't.
2 acres,
Yeah,
right? Anything outside of that.
yeah, I'll have to go back and look at that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Moving on to second round of public comment. Anybody wishing to address the board, please do so and keep it to 5 minutes.
Just to expand on the current conversation, so I think that you also need to look at the land that's in land use and one of the categories, because your land is probably in R1,
No, it's A1.
A1. But it's not, do you have your land use?
No.
Then your land went up.
Oh, no, I know my land went up.
Yeah.
I just don't know to what percent it went up.
But the celiac formula is what is used in land use. So if the land is in one of those categories, it's calculated on a totally different formula that's made up of a board that's made up of state officials, Department of Forestry, Department of Agriculture, yada, yada, yada. But our land, our being Fluvanna land, in one of those categories is far less assessed or assessed at a much lower value. So I think Mr. Whitten has done some great homework, but I think it's important if you're bringing the data forward, let's have the celiac formula explained to the citizens, number one. But number two, if we're comparing ourselves, as we should, to our neighboring counties, let's also have the percentages of our land. So how much of Fluvanna's land is in agricultural versus open space? How much of Albemarle's? How much of Louisa's? How much of Goochland? How much of Buckingham? So ours shouldn't be, Fluvanna shouldn't have 40% in one category and Louisa have 20% of their land in another value, because our topography is not very different and our populations are not very different. So I think you have to look at the entire picture, and that's what we need explained here so that we're talking apples to apples. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Thank you, Tony, for trying to move this forward, and I appreciate that. I could talk about it again, but you guys have heard me many times talk about it. So I do want to ask the question of the courthouse. So the historical courthouse, there's a lot of money gonna be spent on those renovations. So what is the plan for how that courthouse will be used? If it's a historical landmark that we're spending whatever it is, $1.2 million on, is that going to become open to the public where that's one of the tourist attractions, and there's going to be fees collected to bring in some money as tourists or people want to go through it and hear the history of it? So I guess to me, that's a whole lot of money to be submitting on something if we don't really have a plan and it's just going to sit there and only be used maybe, I guess, for storage. And that's what I've been told in the past. So I don't really know, but I would like to see it opened, especially since we're using taxpayers' money. But whenever anybody says grant, they kind of make that sound like it's magical money. But grants is just another word for taxpayers' money. It's just at a different level of the taxpayers' money. So if we're going to do that and we can make some money off of it, open it up and have regular hours where people, and I would love to see the schools participate in that. I mean, I know when I was in school, we had field trips to Jamestown we even came to the Stone Jail right here in Palmer. I think that's great, you know, you charge each student $2 or $3. They get a history lesson. And it also benefits the county. So those are the kind of things that I kind of want some more answers and transparency on as well. But again, thank you to the board. And I do look forward to the meetings in August, and the transparency there too. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a shameless plug, the courthouse is open on second Sundays. And we're in summertime, so they do have that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Come on down. The Stone Jail's open too in Maggie's house. And a lot of times they have vendor markets out there.
Yes, sir.
Tom Diggs, 947 Jefferson Drive. Thank you for the suggestion that you get all the parties together to make that safe. I would suggest you also include the area or the trees on either side of Crofton Drive, which Mr. Sheridan has repeatedly said is a danger. In addressing it, you may find an interesting hole. My next door neighbor wanted to take down a tree, but it was outside his property line. He and I back up against Lake Monticello Road, Drive, Road, whatever it is. And he called VDOT. VDOT came and took out their tape measure and said, nope, it's not ours. So he was sharing this with me and I said, well, that can't possibly be right. It's got to either be ours or it's got to be in the right of way. And we took our surveys, we went to the marker, and sure enough, there is a strip of land behind our houses, and I believe it goes on down to that next house, that ranges from 2 to about 10 or 12 feet that is in the nether region. It's not in the VDOT. It's not ours. And so
It's the
I
county.
certainly wouldn't mind having my property extended by 2 to 10 feet, even if it increased my taxes, just for the clarity of it. I don't expect that's going to happen. It's not within your purview to do that. But I think you may find if this tree by the Riverside gate is outside, not just of the fence, but of the property, and it's not in VDOT, we've got more of these nether regions that probably need to be addressed for safety purposes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great thought.
And that's why I brought it up.
Ask him a question. Oh, okay. I would suggest if you go back there and okay, thank you. All right, anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none.
New chair, I'm Brian, I'm board supervisors and second. We haven't do that 37 6 and 7 3711 8 for purposes of discussing real estate acquisition property black industry district. Investment funds, contract user grant under the water and sewer ordinance in Zions Crossroads, legal matter, contract user grant under the water and sewer ordinance in Zions Crossroads area, Department of Human Resources, personal policy, and special election.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
And we'll go to the motion for closed session. Somebody's
What's that?
Chair. I move the closed meeting be adjourned and the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors convene again in open session. Be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors does hereby certify to the best of each member's knowledge. One, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under section 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor, Mr. Hodge?
Aye.
Mr. Mr. Goode? Aye. Mr. O'Brien?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, passes 4-0.
Mr. Chair, I move that the meeting be extended by 1 hour and 15 minutes to 10:15.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. O'Brien, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Hodge.